Okay, we are almost ready to start. Sorry for the delay, folks. We're just dealing with some issues as normal. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. We'll begin the net in just a moment. Alright, microphone check, microphone check. Microphone check, microphone check. La. There we go. I think that's... Nope, a little too loud. A little too loud. Here we go. La. Why isn't this thing adjusting the volume level? La. Okay, something's wrong. Hang on. La. La. Oh, it's picking up my webcam mic. Hang on a second. That I don't want it to do. Alright, microphone. Whoa! La. La. Here we go. Mic check, microphone check, microphone check, microphone check. Alright, whoa, a little too loud. Alright, I think we're good. Yep, we're good. Alright, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar testing. Alright, I think I have my technical difficulties sorted. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. I am your net control station, and let me reset and we'll begin the net. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. My name is Kimberly, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar. Mike Oscar is my call sign, and my pronouns are she, her. I am your net control operator for this net. This is a roundtable general discussion and RAGQ net, and all calls should go through the net control station. This net normally meets every Sunday at 2 a.m. Coordinated Universal Time, though we are about 12 minutes late because your girl here had her microphone settings screwed up. Anyways, everything is all good. Before we begin, do we have any emergency or other priority traffic? Alright, hearing nothing. If at any time there is an emergency, please say break, break, and we will assist you. This net provides a safe place for members of the LGBTQIA+ community, as well as their allies, to hang out over the airwaves. This net, as well as the network it's hosted on, is open to all licensed amateur radio operators. No membership is necessary, and we welcome third-party traffic as well. Speaking of memberships, the Pride Radio Group provides an inclusive environment for all to learn, experiment, and enjoy radio communications by encouraging, promoting, and supporting diversity with the wider radio community, sharing our experiences and learnings with the community, and celebrating and embracing Pride on the air. For more information about the Pride Radio Group and how to join, plus gain access to our Discord chat room, head on over to prideradio.group. That is prideradio.group. Or check out Victor Kilo 3 Papa Romeo Golf or Kilo 3 Papa Romeo Golf on QRZ. Membership is free and all are welcome, regardless of who you are and who you love. Unless you hate us, of course. This net is being relayed on the various nodes, talk groups, and reflectors of the Pride Radio Network and affiliated systems, including All-Star, Echolink, IRLP, DMR, YSF Reflector, WiresX, M17, NXDN, P25, and D-Star, as well as various RF repeaters around the world, and it's also streamed live on YouTube via my YouTube channel by searching for my call sign Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. And we also have feeds on Broadcastify and Icecast as well. For more information about how you can connect to this network, visit prideradionetwork.com. That is prideradionetwork.com. And finally, you can also track and follow this net by downloading NetLogger on Windows, Linux, or Mac OS from netlogger.org. That is netlogger.org. It's a piece of software that allows you to log into the net and view a list of call signs in real time and be able to follow along the net. And for Android users, a minimum version of NetLogger can be downloaded as NetScraper. I believe it's a third-party NetLogger client for Android, but it's called NetScraper. So check that out. Alrighty, before we begin this net, do we have any news announcements or other items of business for the net and the Pride Radio Group? Alrighty, hearing nothing. Let's start taking some check-ins. Let's start off with mobile, short on time, or in and out stations. So if you're mobile, short on time, or just wanna pop in for a real quick hello and pop out, please come down with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically. And if you wish, you may include your pronouns in your transmissions as well. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, she, her, and I'll be standing by for mobile, in and out, and short on time check-ins. Alrighty, hearing nothing, let's open it up to anyone anywhere. So anybody anywhere, if you'd like to check in to the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net, all I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically. And if you wish, you may give us your pronouns as well.
This is KC3VIU, KC3VIU, Charlie 3, Victor Indigo Uniform, Phoebe, in Stevens, Pennsylvania.
Alrighty, Kilo Charlie 3, Victor India Uniform, got you down. Do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in? I know there's quite a few that's probably tuned in at the top of the hour and heard nothing and left. Hopefully they haven't really left. I've had some microphone issues, but anyways, let's see if anybody else is out there wishing to check in.
Hi everyone, Kilo Echo 8, Papa Hotel Lima, Rain, Stacey, just checking in. Good to see y'all today. Anything else?
Alright, Kilo Echo 8, Papa Hotel Lima, I got you down. Do we have anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net? This is Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. I'll be standing by for more check-ins to the net.
This is KC3VIU, Kilo Charlie 3, Victor Indigo Uniform, Phoebe. Just checking, I thought I called in earlier, but I might have doubled up on someone. Back to net control.
Yep, I was able to pick you out. Not a problem. You were checked in. Alright, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in?
This is VK2BS Kilo 2, Bravo Sierra Delta. Repeat, Victor Kilo 2, Bravo Sierra Delta, in and out on the Star this afternoon.
Alright, Victor Kilo 2, Bravo Sierra Delta. Got you down as an in and out. Thanks for stopping by, and 7-3 to ya. Alright, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net? Please come now with your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically. And if you wish, you may include your pronouns in your transmissions. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, she, her, and I'll be standing by to add more of you to the check-in list.
Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee, they them. Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee, 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee, they them.
Alright, Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee got you down. Alright, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Alright, one more time. Do we have anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net? Please come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically.
Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot, Quebec. That's Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot, Quebec. Name's Darren, pronouns they or he.
Alright, I got Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot, Quebec. Got you down. And an in and out from Alpha Echo 4 Whiskey X-Ray and his wife, who got her license today. November 4 Delta Victor Mike. Both are in and out. If you both can hear us, thanks for stopping by, and 7-3, and we hope to hear you on the next one. Or maybe on tonight's if you are able to check in, but if not, then the next one. Alright, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Looks like NetLogger's got got a call sign messed up, but that's alright, I'll fix that later. Kilo Charlie 3 Victor India Uniform, we're going to go ahead and toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
D3 VIU. Yeah, I just make some quick little fun news announcements. I had some custom T-shirts made for local events, but Hamfest and whatnot else I might go to. So I posted those on the Discord, and they came out exceptionally well. I had borrowed some of the designs from the Discord, and finished the print, customized it a bit, and boy, I tell you what, I really liked the way they came out. It was the most deeply pondered impulse decision item I've ever purchased, and I'm really pleased with how it turned out. So, I have a quick question. The voice that makes the announcement that the net will be on in 5 minutes, what service is doing that? I'm trying to mentally recall. I seem to recognize the, if you will, I can't place it exactly. So it's been bugging me for 3 weeks, or 3 weeks now. So I'm finally asking. Back to net control.
This is Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Yeah, I know where that's coming from. That would be one of our affiliate repeaters. They have a system in place where their repeater would automatically connect to some other networks, and then on some days that repeater would switch over to our network, and it would announce itself every time it does the switch over. So that's what you're hearing. The affiliate repeater that's doing that is November 3 Victor Echo Mike. That's the repeater that announces that stuff over the network. I don't remember what he uses on his repeater to do all that announcement stuff. But November 3 Victor Echo Mike will elaborate on that kind of stuff. Speaking of N3VEM, I did saw him log into NetLogger earlier, and then he logged out. Hopefully he's still on the air and he'll check in later to answer your question. Anyways, we're gonna toss the mic now to Kilo Echo 8 Papa Hotel Lima Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
So this is Kilo Echo 8 Papa Hotel Lima Rain Beijing. Nothing really to say too much except I've been slacking on the projects I need to get going on GitHub. I haven't had a chance to work on the petition, or I'm also planning in that same repo to make a contract in which people could receive, basically like a loose legal contract where people could receive mail at someone else's house. That way they can protect and obscure their address, as it gets displayed on the database. So, in case it takes a while, or we have no luck in convincing the SEC to actually care about our safety and privacy. We at least have something to get people some kind of help that might not have access to a PO box for one reason or another. Back to you, Net Control.
All right, not a problem. But yeah, that petition would be quite the important one, cause yeah, I too value my privacy, and I kind of don't like the idea of having my address put out there. And not only that, but post office boxes are getting more and more expensive. And my P.O. box used to be I think it was $30 or $40 a year, and then they increased it to around 60-ish, and now it's just under $100 a year, and that $100 is really hard to come up with. I might not even be able to continue paying for my P.O. box much longer. So, yeah, if the FCC could hurry up and just blank out all of our addresses, that would be really great. And I could just, throw up, a friend's mailbox or something on QRZ, if that's the case. But until the FCC is able to do something like that, well, shoot. Things are going to be pretty difficult. But, yeah, hopefully that petition will do something good for us. Anyways, Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, will toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
This is Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee. I'm just checking that I have it before I get started. One moment. I seem to have it. Good. I lost the end of your last over there, Kimberly. It cut off just after Victor, so I assumed that was me. If I'm jumping in, apologies. Other than that, wet day here in Sydney. It's just after midday, light drizzle from the sky, currently 68 Fahrenheit, about 20 Celsius. Yeah, not much happening here to report. I have a rare weekend off at the moment, so yeah, I am actually doing some work, but yeah, here at home and listening to the net. Good to hear you all come up, and thank you for hosting. As usual, Kimberly, not much to add on the address one there, not being affected by that one, and yeah, ours are, I think, required to be physical addresses because of, they want to know sources of transmissions and things like that. So, yeah, I think they have to remain public record for now. But, that's, I'll leave that conversation for others. Other than that, yeah, as I said, not much to add. Currently just working on a software problem for a friend. Working on it, but yeah, he needed to call in a dev for the weekend to fix some underlying issues on a project he needs to get delivered by Monday. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get that over the line for him tonight. And, yeah, not much else to report. I'll, catch more in the next over, I guess. So back to you then, Net Control, KJ7OMO. This is the VK2 WAY.
Alright, VK2WAY, KJ7OMO returning. Indeed, it was your turn. Alright, sounds like you got your work cut out for you there. Anyways, Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec, we'll toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
This is Kilo Golf Foxtrot Quebec. I missed a bunch of the conversation earlier, I think, because my Echolink client seems to be dropping either audio or the network connection. I'm not sure which. And so occasionally I realize I haven't heard anyone for a while, and it's not because nobody's talking. Anyway, I think that's all for now. Back to Net Control. This is KG6GFQ.
Alright, Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Well, that sucks. Looks like we're gonna have to go kick the Echolink server in the butt to make sure it's still working. Alright, well, good to know that you're back and you're hearing us again, so probably just a connection glitch, I guess. Maybe a glitch in the Matrix. Alright. We're at the bottom of the list, so let's see if we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time. All I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you wish, you may include your pronouns in your transmission. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, she, her, and I'll be standing by for more check-ins to the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net.
Kilo Delta 8, Oscar Mike Bravo.
November 3, Victor Echo Mike. November 3, Victor Echo Mike, he, him.
Woo! Aha! Yeah, got a couple already. Excellent. All right, we have Kilo Delta 8 Oscar Mike Bravo, I think, and November 3 Victor Echo Mike. Got you both down. Do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Alright, here in Crickets, we're gonna toss it over to Kilo Delta 8 Oscar Mike Bravo. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. The mic is yours.
Well, top of the evening, or afternoon, or whatever time it is there. This is Kilo Delta 8, Oscar Mike Bravo. Name is Gary. I'm over here in Ohio in the U.S. and we got cloudy skies and 32 degrees Fahrenheit over here. I just got this Echo Link back up and running on the computer here, so I'm just checking to see how everything is working. Back to net control.
Well, your Echo Link is working pretty good. No complaints there on your audio. But yeah, welcome to the net, we'll since this is a Recture net, we'll get back with you in just a moment. November 3, Victor Echo Mike, we'll toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Good deal. Good evening, Kimberly, and everybody else on the net. This is N3VEM. Yeah, I had a little bit of a false start this evening. I flunked down in the chair and thought I was going to be able to check in right at the beginning, and then had to swap the movies over and stuff for the kiddos. So I'm just getting sat back down. Glad you're all here. I actually sat down just in time to hear you, Kimberly, saying that I might be able to answer a question for somebody if I got on later, but I didn't hear what the question was. So maybe when it goes around the horn, I'll whoever it was that had the question wants to shout it out again, and then I'll obviously answer whatever I can. But yeah, otherwise had a pretty good Saturday here. I went and picked up. We do a twice a month pickup from a farm that does local grown organic meats. So that's where we get our meat. So took a bike ride with my new delivery basket that I stuck on the front of my bike. So had a nice hour-long bike ride this morning to pick up our stuff from the farm there, and then I've just been kind of poking around the house here this afternoon. So it's been a fairly nice Saturday all in all. So I will send it back to you, Kimberly. N3VEM.
Alrighty, yeah, not a problem. Yeah, I believe it was Kilo Charlie 3 Victor India Uniform that had a question for you about, about what you're using to on your repeater to announce oh, how do I put this? Basically, your repeater would announce itself whenever it's going to drop connections and connect to another network. So Phoebe there wanted to know what you're using for that. And speaking of Phoebe, she is next. Kilo Charlie 3, Victor India Uniform. We'll toss it over to you. We're back to the top of the list, by the way. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Thank you, Kimberly. KC3VIU. Yeah, the question was what voice system is used to generate that voice. I swear I've heard it pretty often, and I'm not sure if it's exclusively used exclusively in amateur radio or from something else. It just seems very familiar to me, and I've been waiting 3 weeks to ask, and so here it is. The other thing is I need to apologize to you for occasionally, like this past week, and I was trying to reach the repeater from inside work, and was keying the mic, and found out one of the most interesting things in the world. I can make our automatic timeout lights infrared come on. So my apologies to N3VEM for maybe occasionally thumping the. It was just so hilarious to realize that I could turn on lights with my radio set at 1 watt all throughout the facility, and I was just laughing myself silly. At any rate, I stopped. I certainly didn't do it if I heard anybody on, and most of the time I didn't have the reach to get out of the building. There's too much metal in the way, so I think maybe once, perhaps twice, I was hitting it and getting an answer back from the repeater. So, but it was crazy. I just started laughing, and probably laughed for a good minute and a half. Anyway, back to network, KC3VIU, back to network control.
KC3VIU, KJ7 on returning. Oh my goodness. So a ham radio is literally messing with the lights in your work building. Oh my goodness. That is too funny. Who knew that a 1 watt radio could turn all the lights on and off in an entire building? It sounds like those relay switches that they're using for the lights are susceptible to radio interference. I wonder what would happen if you transmit a single sideband signal on the frequency you're using that so happens to mess with the lights. I wonder if those lights would start flickering in and out to the voice peaks of your transmission. Alright, that would be even funnier if that happened. But still funny. Anyways, Kilo Echo 8 Papa Hotel Lima. We'll toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
Okay, this is Kilo Alpha Hotel Lima in Beijing. I forgot to mention when I was talking about the petition, for those that are just tuning in, I've worked up basically like a draft space for a petition for the FCC to not display public addresses for U.S. hams. And I forgot to mention that also the petition asks for a preferred name display option. Obviously, the FCC can still keep record of the legal name, but for a lot of us transgender and genderqueer folks who have not legally changed our name yet, which, I'm very thankful that doesn't include, me anymore, but still there's a lot out there. So, we want to get their real name displayed, or anybody else who may need to obscure their name for safety reasons. But yeah, and that's my heart goes out to you about the post office box stuff, Kimberly, and also Kilo Delta 8 Oscar Mike Bravo Gary. Hi, I'm also from Ohio. I'm in the southeast end right now, Appalachia. That's cool to meet another Ohioan on the net. Actually, I think there is also another Ohioan, if I can remember correctly, but I might be wrong. I'm not sure. Anyways, back to you, Control.
VK5 ZSH, better late than never.
Yeah, copy that. And VK5ZSH, I got you down on the list. We'll call you in just a little bit. Kilo Echo 8, Papa Hotel Lima, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Yeah, copy that. Yeah, I wholeheartely agree with not only being able to, have our address information withheld from the public record, but also being able to give us the ability to at least use a preferred name rather than our legal name. Of course, like you said, the FCC, should still be able to have the legal name information in the database, like you said, but for the public view, we should be able to choose whatever dang name we want to show on the public, on public view on the FCC website. Because, yeah, there's a lot of transgender and other gender non-conforming folks out there like myself, who would who put our lives at risk for having our information out there in public. And with all the hate and all the extremism happening right now, and the increased violence towards our community, yeah, it's very important that we do everything we can to not have our to basically not be doxxed and not have our record out there for these hateful idiots to be able to use against us, basically. So yeah, I do encourage everybody, once that petition is up, I do encourage everybody to sign it. 'Cause, yeah, our lives are literally on the line here with our private information being put out there for the entire public to see. At least a lot of these countries out there, they do things right, especially Canada, but there's many other countries, including different countries in Europe, that offer services to ham radio operators, at no extra charge to hide your address information from their whatever equivalent of their FCC is, their databases. And if these other countries can do it, then so should we. Anyways, Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee, we'll toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee, are Oscar, did you encounter that preamble bug again on your hotspot? Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar.
Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar, VK2 WAY, returning. Hopefully you've got me this time. Just checking the dashboard before I give another over to the ether. Nope, got the, got it. So, yeah. Let's see, what was I going to add from that round? Look, while I don't know the specifics of those repeater announcements in this particular case, the most common way that those things come out is from All-Star Link, and the voice you are hearing belongs to a voice actress, generally for the standard Asterix package, a voice actress known as, her name is Alison Smith. Yeah, most of the pre-recorded messages that come with Asterix, not necessarily the ham-specific ones, but the standard set, that's her voice. Yeah, I know a few folks involved in the Asterix and free PBX projects, and yeah, have come across her work in other places too. So yeah, the same system is used for many VoIP, IBR menu systems. Press 1 for this, press 2 for this. The Asterix platform is built on that same, the All-Star platform is built on that same VoIP underlying package. So, yeah, that's where some of those sounds come from. But, yeah, they would be generated by Asterix, I would say, in this case, being the All-Star, the repeater controller module for it. Yeah, anyway, that's all I have to add. Not much else. Still raining here, still on the balcony. UKF. This is Jared in Sydney, VK2 WAY.
VK2 WAY, KJ7 all returning. Yeah, copy that. That's usually the case for All-Star. Though, for N3VEM's case, he's actually using a third-party program to do all the announcements and the repeater scheduling and whatnot. So he's not using All-Star's built-in scheduling thing. He's using a third-party program. And I forgot what the third-party program is. Vance will elaborate more on that when it's his turn again. Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec, we'll toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
KJ7OMO, KG6GFQ, thank you. I did want to clarify, I doubt there's a problem with your Echolink setup. It's very likely that my connection or audio issues are on my end. I'm using the Qtel client on Linux, which I know is not the official Echolink client, and I'm betting that that's the problem. What else? I want to say hello, fellow cyclist, to November 3 Victor Echo Mike, and curious to know about your new cargo basket, what type it is and where you got it and how it's working out for you. Otherwise, back to net control. KG6GFQ.
Alright. I don't have any comments to add at this time, so we'll toss it straight over to Kilo Delta 8 Oscar Mike Bravo, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. Kilo Delta 8 Oscar Mike Bravo, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. I think he got chased away. Okay. November 3, Victor Echo Mike, we'll toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Good deal. Yeah, so I was actually jotting down notes. It sounds like there's a handful of questions for me this time around. Yeah, on the repeater and the announcements, so what I would call the default announcements, this node disconnected, that node disconnected, announcing the node numbers, that's the default all-star stuff. But then the announcements that are the ones that play like a few minutes before the repeater drops the main connection to join like a different network for a net that, it usually says something like, the N3 VEM repeater is going to be joining such and such a net in 5 minutes, and then it drops the connections. The scheduling for that I'm actually doing in Node-RED. So on the All-Star, the Raspberry Pi that is running All-Star, I also have Node-RED running on that Pi, and Node-RED actually controls when the announcements happen, and then via Node-RED it just calls the All-Star command line commands to play recorded messages. So I have a bunch of pre-recorded messages for the announcements for the networks that it's going to drop and join and the nets that it's going to join. And the actual voice for those is probably familiar also for anybody who would use like screen readers and things like that, because those messages are, I think it's actually a couple different voices, but it's all voices that are like in what I would call like the default Microsoft packages and APIs for that screen readers use. So if you go online to like free text-to-speech websites, it's basically those sites all use kind of a standard group of 6 or 7 different voices, and so it's one of those. So yeah, it would probably sound familiar if you've ever heard a computerized voice pretty much anywhere. There's really only a small number of those kind of like AI voices that are out there in the wild, so that's probably why it sounds familiar. But yeah, it's via Node-RED. That's the separate software that I'm running to do that. And yeah, the question on the basket on the bicycle, I forget the name brand, but it's described as a extra large delivery basket. So it's very much oversized, which is kind of what I wanted because of wanted to use it to pick up errands, grabbing grocery pickups and things like that. So it's a pretty big basket. I actually got it at a local place here, which actually Phoebe might be familiar with, being geographically close. It just came from Martin's Bike Shop, which is like the big bicycle store in our neck of the woods. So it was just basically the biggest basket they had, and it essentially mounts. It has 2 like legs that go down to the front wheel hub, and then also to the handlebars to give it strength. So yeah, I've been pleased with it. I actually just put it on the bike yesterday, and today was the first time I ran an errand with it. So it worked out well, and I was kind of tickled pink. And I also realized that it's big enough that there's enough room that I should be able to stick a mobile radio and a battery and even a small antenna mounted up off the corner of the basket. So I'm half tempted to add VHF, UHF mobile bicycle to my arsenal if I get around to it. So yeah, I'll send it back to you, Kimberly. This is N3 VEM.
Alright, N3 VEM KJ7 OMO returning. Lots of good stuff there, and yeah, we'll definitely be checking out Node-RED for sure, because I'm curious about it and I want to see what I can do with it and all the crazy fun stuff I can come up with Node-RED. Yeah, the crazy stuff I can come up with involving Node-RED. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for all that information. Hopefully this answers your question, Phoebe. All right. Next up on the list, Victor Kilo 5 Zulu Sierra Hotel, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
Morning. Yeah, we're afternoon. Afternoon, Kimberly, afternoon, everyone else on the net. Yeah, I haven't heard everything that's been going on, unfortunately. Slightly running late, but like I say, better late than never. Yeah, I just had problems booting up my All-Star link. I don't know why it got itself in a twist, in a boot loop. So yeah, I had to power it down and I split it apart. And yeah, it booted up. So yeah, plugged it all together and voila, we're here. So yeah, if I do drop out, and I noticed myself that I have dropped out, I will quickly flip over to DMR. Because yeah, when I tried to connect to Tony's node, it told me that it didn't exist, and I looked at the dashboard and noticed that it was already connected. So maybe it picked up on my last session. I'm not sure there either. So. Yeah, talking about bicycle stuff, hang on, I'll just drop the mic for a second. Yeah, talking about bicycles, a friend of mine, she's up north of me in Bris Vegas, and she's actually building herself a trailer to go behind her electric bike, and she's going to then, she's basically building it to pack up and go on the road and tour Australia, basically. So doing that. So it'll be interesting to see the final result once she's actually finished it. But if you're on my not Mammoth, yeah, that platform, you'll know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I post her tweets anyway, so you'll get to see the development of it. I'm interested to know what she's going to do with wood using whether a up water will find a way in. It always seems to do that anyway. I'm surprised she probably hasn't painted. I don't think she has painted the panels before actually connecting them up onto the metal frame either. So, but yeah, that's something I want to get to doing at one stage is building myself a aluminium frame buggy that I can tow behind my bike and go off and do soda, poda, and what have you locally to me. So anyway, I'm not sure who's on, but greetings, and I shall put it back to J7IMO at VK5 Zulu Sierra Hotel.
And to those of you who are on YouTube, I do accept and welcome check-ins via YouTube. So if you'd like to check into the net via YouTube, feel free to put your call sign out into live chat, and I will check you in. Alrighty, VK5ZSH, KJ7OMO returning. My button must have slipped off the PTT button there. We'll try that again. VK5ZSH, KJ7OMO returning. You were broken up every now and then on your transmission, but I did got the gist of it. Anyways, there's a nice bunch of us here on the net at the moment. Anyways, we're at the bottom of the list, so let's see if we have anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. All I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you wish, you may include your pronouns in your transmissions. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar, Kimberly in Yuma, Arizona. Pronouns are she, her, and I am your net control station for the net. Let's see if anybody else out there is wishing to check in.
Net control. Net control, please copy. This is Kilo 2, November. That's Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November. Phil, spelled Papa Hotel India Lima, currently in Hartford, Connecticut.
Alrighty, Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November, got you down. Do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Alrighty, Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November, portable in Connecticut. Welcome aboard. The mic is yours. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Good evening to everybody in the net. I guess I forgot to mention my pronouns are he and him. Haven't been doing much radio-wise lately, but hoping to do maybe a Summits on the Air activation tomorrow while I'm out here, and also going for my extra exam next weekend. So wish me luck on that, and I guess that's all for me for now. Back to you, Kimberly.
Alrighty, Kate. I keep slipping off the button there. Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Alright, well that sounds like a lot of fun, and good luck on your extra exam. Hopefully you get it. I need to stop procrastinating myself and start hitting the steady books for my extra. Because, yeah, I really do need to get that upgrade. It's pretty difficult, and, yeah. Well, anyways, best of luck to you. And we'll get back with you in just a little bit. Anyways, we're gonna toss it back up to the top of the list. Kilo Charlie 3, Victor, India Uniform, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Yeah, thank you, Kimberly, KC3VIU. I forgot to mention, and I don't know why, but I guess there was some other good news throughout the week, but the one bit of good news that came by was I got my handheld, my first HT, the Belfin BF-F8HP. It's not a bad radio, but it could use a much better antenna, which I now went ahead and placed an order for some of the signal sticks, and hopefully they're in either tomorrow or today or tomorrow. I hadn't checked the mail today. I was so excited about the t-shirt thing and doing some laundry that I just got all kind of wrapped up in that. So yes, I have my first HT in my hand using it, and that's how I know about the lights and stuff at work. And it's not so much I could get all of them, but I could get them progressively by just doing a little bit of changing the polarization of the antenna. And it was wild. There was one bank I must have been able to turn on like 30 lights AMC testing for work, and I just love that kind of stuff. I've only gotten about 4 RF burns from doing that, and most of it was relatively low power, so just sort of a reminder to be careful. Good grief. Anyway, back to that control. Thank you, Kimberly. KC3VIU.
Yeah, be careful with those RF. Be careful with RF, because yeah, you could roast yourself. But yeah, I wonder what would happen inside that building if you have like an indoor HF antenna in there and you blast out 100 watts into that HF antenna. I wonder what all the lights would do. Maybe they would do some wild and freaky things on HF. Alright, Kilo Echo 8, Papa Hotel Lima, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Kilo Echo 8, Papa Hotel Lima, Plain, Beijing. Yeah, shout out to Darren, Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec out there working on the GitHub repo as, you know, we're having this net, so I appreciate them throwing in some contributions. That's really cool. Phil, Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November, good luck on your extra exam. I also want to get my extra exam at some point. In one sense, I'm not too motivated because I can pretty much do everything I'll need to do for a while with the general, but at the same time, though, having extra is bragging right. So the math and the science and just the nerdery that goes along with that exam is really neat. And then, Stevie, congratulations on your handheld. And yeah, the rubber duckies that come with the Baofengs are not a whole lot. I got the Every Whip antenna on advice of Tactical Girlfriend, a YouTube channel I love, and it's been so well to have the homemade rat tail with it, but also I love the pictures of like the rubber ducky and the Abri like side to side to do like a you versus a guy she told you not to worry about meme, because I'm ridiculous like that. Okay, I obviously need to be stopped, so back to you, Control.
Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. I have no comment at this time, so we'll toss it straight over to Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee. Come out, wherever you are. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
This is VK2WAY. Hopefully I have it this time. Let's have a look. That looks better. That looks better. I can see a KX on the dashboard. That damn preamble bug on this hotspot. Wish I could fix the firmware for it. Let's see, what did I have on my list for this one? Qtel. Look, in my opinion, it's an excellent bit of software. It's actually a wrapper around SEC Link, which is more official EchoLink software. The biggest issue I ever had was before I forwarded the UDP ports directly to the laptop that I was running it on. Echolink runs better with its UDP ports open both directions. Just that thing there. I had a question there on why Node-RED. Are you doing more with it than just scheduling? It just seems like if you're running that on the same Pi as, say, All-Star, it seems that Systemd or Cron or Crony or any of those other standard scheduling tools would be a more natural fit, I guess. But yeah, just curious what Node-RED's playing there. I'm very opinionated on Node-RED. I dislike it a lot. That longer story there. Script. Yes, I had a script written down here too. I do have a script that actually will take an MP3 file name on the command line and transcode it to ULAW, put it in the right place, and preamble it with another file, and post-amble it with another file, and play it out by breaking it up into 3-minute overs as well, which I was using to play out like AR Newsline and other things on FreeDMR here. So yeah, that might be something that folks will find interesting if they're already playing out things using All-Star. If you're looking for a news play-out script, I have one of those for you. Yeah, I think that's everything from a now raining even more on the balcony here in Sydney. It's Jared, on the south of the Harbour Bridge. Back to net control, KJ7 mode. This has been VK2WAY.
VK2WAY, KJ7 returning. I remember those news lines. I remember when you played the Rainbow Radio Report for us for a while. I sure missed that. Yeah, that sounds like it's a program you could do a lot of stuff with. I really do want to experiment with that. Maybe even have a play around with the news strips. Alright, Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. We'll toss the mic back to you.
KG7. This is KG6G. Let's see. Congratulations held. Saying say that I just added a rat tail to the stock antenna, probably not as effective as the rat tail is on Rain's better antenna, but it did noticeably improve the signal report I was getting from people on the local repeater. Anyway, I hope you have fun with the new radio. Well, it sounds like you already are. Let's see. VK2WAY, thank you for the suggestion about QTEL. I will look into forwarding UDP ports. And KC2WAN, I think, no, wait, that was VK5H. I actually follow your friend on Mastodon, who's somebody because this summer took a 2,000 trip, that's I guess about 3,000 kilometers, with my partner on electric recumbent tricycles with solar panels powering them, and I'm always curious to see what other people are doing for similar setups. I think that's all from me for now, so back to net control, KJ7OMO from KG6GSQ.
Alright, Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. You were slightly broken up every now and then on your transmission, but I was able to copy the gist of it. Alright, let's see if Kilo Delta 8 Oscar Mike Bravo is back with us. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Alrighty, We'll call that person one more time later on, and if we don't hear from them, we'll go ahead and mark them as checked out. November 3, Victor Echo Mike, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Okay, Vance did say that he would be back in a little bit. So we're gonna go straight over to Victor Kilo 5, Zulu Sierra Hotel, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
VK, KJ7RMO, VK5, Zulu Sierra Hotel, returning. Okay, I'm on DMR at the moment. Yeah, sort of haven't gleaned much out of that. And yeah, by the sounds of it, I hope you're there, Jared. VK2WAY, this is directed to you. I would be interested in your news announcement script thing there, because I found one that's on the web, but it's more directed towards the ARRL and the amateur radio newsline one, and it has some UL files in there which do, by what I gather, the voice announcements for, this program is starting in, blah 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 time, yada yada yada. So yeah, I'd be interested in the script that you've got there going, Jared, because I would like to at least get our local news here in VK5 being rebroadcasted again, because yeah, I did tell some people about it, that it was being rebroadcasted, etc., and I've had people come back to me saying, it's not where you said it would be at time and place and what have you. So, yeah, I'm wiping egg off my face. Hi. KJ6 Golf Foxtrot Quebec. Oh yeah, good that you're following her there. Yeah, she's been talking to me about the electronics side of things and stuff, because she plans on having a dedicated 4G network, etc. in there, and charge controller and what have you. And there'll be solar panels going on top, which I think she's already got all that stuff there, basically ready to go in. So, yeah, I'm slowly behind the scenes there with what the best way about going about electronics and what have you. Hang on. The electronic side of things and what have you there. So, yeah, it sounds like we've got a bit of a up and down net here at the moment. Some are here, some are not, and yeah, obviously everyone's got a, well, I guess it'd be a busy evening there in the US. And yeah, nice on the rain there too, Jared. It's 29.1 degrees Celsius here, which would be what 90 Fahrenheit, I think, somewhere around there. And yeah, a bit of a dry heat. We're anticipating a another hot week. So I noticed yesterday Perth had a 40-degree day, which is about 110 Fahrenheit, I would say, 106, 110, something around there. So yeah, I got that weather to look forward to coming this way as well. So anyway, put it back to you there, Kimberly. KJ7IMO, VK5ZSH in the group.
All right, VK5ZSH, KJ7OMO returning. 40 Celsius is 104 Fahrenheit. Very hot. But, yeah, well, stay cool and drink lots of water and, yeah, and just do the best you can to, again, stay cool. Alright, Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November returning. Yeah, someone had mentioned not having the motivation to do the extra exam, and I kind of wasn't super into it either, and then a friend of mine started running a study group every week and volunteering his time for that. I kind of got pulled in and started following along with that, although now that I'm in the home stretch, I think it's probably going to be rote memorization and for about the next week, and we'll see how it goes from there. He got involved with somebody who was trying to set up like VE sessions for a Boy Scout troop, so I think that was where that motivation came from there. And also I've been trying to learn CW, and I would like to take a little bit less time to send my call sign soon, so that was the other big motivator, but mostly helping out with the VE sessions. But yeah, I think that's it for me for now. Sorry, I only need to hear your call sign about a dozen more times before I'll remember it. Back to net control, Kimberly.
Alright, Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar, returning. Alrighty, I don't have much to say at this point, but, November 3 Victor Echo Mike Vance said on a NetLogger that he had to, check out due to some things going on, in his neck of the woods. So, thanks for hanging out with us, Vance and 7-3, and we'll check you out. Alrighty, we're at the bottom of the list, so let's see if there's anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. All I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you wish, you may throw your pronouns out there. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar, she, her, and we'll be standing by taking in more check-ins to the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. Alrighty, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check into the net at this time?
VK3JD.
Alrighty, VK3JED, we got you down. Welcome aboard. Do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Can we get a controller for VK2ROT to disconnect whoever's causing that interference? Anyways, do we have anybody... Oh, and I also would like information about that node so I can add that node to our block list. Alright, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time?
Everything down, I guess.
Alright, one more time. Anybody else out there wishing to check in to the Worldwide Ride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net? All I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you wish, you may give us your pronouns as well. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar, standing by for more check-ins.
GFVK3 Alpha Tango.
Alright, Victor Kilo 3 Alpha Tango got you down. Who else is out there wishing to check in?
For UVO, Kilo Oscar 4, Uniform Zulu Oscar.
Alright, just to make sure, did I copy Kilo Oscar 4, Uniform Zulu Oscar?
That's correct.
Alright, got you down. Anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Alrighty, Victor Kilo 3, Juliet Echo Delta. The mic is yours. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Hey guys, Kimberly, and yeah, just disconnect that for a sec. And while I'm here, check out something else. So I'm doing two things at once. And yeah, it looks like I've got a problem with M17's fallen off the network, so I'll have to investigate that. Everything else, as far as I can tell, seems to be working. Yeah, just got home from a training session or a skills workshop with the Fire Brigade competitions. It's been going since 10 o'clock this morning. I was actually down there at 9 to help set up. Started at 10 and it finished about half an hour ago, around 2 o'clock, and yeah, just helped pack up and then headed off. So that's why I'm late to the net. I saw on my watch some messages about you being late to start, but yeah, I was in the middle of a session, the session after lunch. So that was good. It was a very productive day. And here I am for the net. I checked in on DMR and switched across, put the radio on and switched across to All-Star. So hopefully everyone's all right. And yeah, as I said, I've got an M17 issue to investigate KJ7RMO, VK3JD.
Alright, VK3JED KJ7 on my returning, sounding pretty good. Always good to hear from you, and yeah, sounds like you had a fun day. Alright, Victor Kilo 3 Alpha Tango, over to you. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
KJ7, OMO, VK3, Alpha Tango. I couldn't hear Tony there. I got the start of his over, but then it's cut out for me. I don't know if that's my side, so I'll jump on my hotspot and have a look. I'm connecting through DMR today. Hello everyone, good to hear you. I've been listening in for a little bit and decided to jump in. Jared, VK2WAY, if you're around, I'm keen to pick your brain on options for hotspots. I want to get another one that I can use for DMR and pages, and probably want to play with some repeaters as well. And I heard you, I think yesterday, sharing some advice on hotspots, and I couldn't come jump on. I was running out to do the shopping and things. So it's in the back of my mind to pick your brains on what you'd recommend. I'm using a PyStar at the moment, but I find myself more going into the config files and not using the front-end instead. So I think it's time to move to something a little bit more high-grade. Thank you again for running that, Kimberly, KJ7 OMO, VK3 Alpha Tango.
Alrighty, Victor Kilo 3 Alpha Tango, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar returning. You're quite welcome. And yeah, Jared is still around. They're still checked in. Kilo Oscar 4 Uniform Zulu Oscar, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. We'll toss the hot potato over to you.
Yes, this is KO4UZO. I'm working over the internet off a computer right now to Echolink node.
Alrighty, it seems like you've cut off right after you said Echolink node, but yeah, we hear you loud and clear at the moment. Back to you.
Okay, so I'm located near Greensboro, Carolina, and this is probably my second time to work on the VHF bands like this. Over.
Alrighty, yeah. Well, welcome aboard the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. This net happens every Sunday at 2 a.m. Coordinated Universal Time. This net is a safe place for all members of the LGBTQIA+ community as well as their allies. And yes, welcome aboard once again. Alrighty, we're gonna toss the mic back up to Kilo Charlie 3, Victor India Uniform, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Kilo Charlie 3, Victor Indigo Uniform. Yeah, not much to say at this point. I know I'm going to think of something almost immediately after I close the mic, but that's just the way it goes, so back to net control.
I just have to ask, have you thought of anything after you just now closed the mic?
Oh yes, definitely have. And like after I closed my mic last time, it was I got to tell everybody like I finally got my handheld. It took it was honestly another 9 days after it was supposed to have arrived before I actually got the blasted thing. But I also got an extended battery pack for it, so I can like charge it off a USB power supply like almost anywhere then. And yeah, so it's other than the antenna being weird, it really does perform pretty nicely. The Waxoon I've been borrowing has better reception capabilities, but maybe just the antenna. Anyway, back to net.
Alright, Kilo Charlie 3, Victor India Uniform, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Yeah, I happen to have the, that radio you're talking about, Bravo Foxtrot Foxtrot 8 Hotel Papa BF-F8HP, the Bofang run. It's not a bad radio. I've had it for several years. I pretty much roasted the thing when I was using it as a transmit radio for a repeater project, and, well, it just cooked itself to death. But, yeah, with a better antenna, you should be able to receive better on that radio. Anyways, Kilo Echo 8 Papa Hotel Lima, we'll toss it back to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Thank you. This is Kilo Echo 8, Papa Hotel Lima, Rain Day Chi. Kilo Charlie 3, Victor India Uniform. I feel that so much. Like, as soon as I'm done transmitting or, like, in the middle of transmitting, it's just like, oh, I want to say something. You know, I want to, like, engage in the conversation. So, like, also at the same time, I guess it's cool that, you know, we don't have to, like, wait our turn and actually, like, listen to each other. So, I don't know. It's it's frustrating but cool. Kimberly, two things. You know, but, thank you for suggesting I get, like, a UTC time widget on my phone, because now I have one and it feels cool and it's really useful. So I appreciate that. And also, can you share the hub link in the Discord I sent to you on that? So if, like, anybody else wants to contribute to the petition or when I get this other project up on the repo, they can. And then Sierra to Sierra Hotel. That is a lot of heat. I mean, at least it's dry, so, like, it's not as bad as, like, 102 and humid, but that is still really rough. And, yeah, just you know, the EMT is in me is just telling you, stay hydrated, be safe, you know. So, yeah, everybody, that's it for now. I'll turn it back to Ned.
Kilo Echo 8, Papa Hotel Lima, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Unfortunately, you were breaking up quite a bit, and I had a hard time copying the majority of your transmission. Must be some gremlins in the network. Time to do some gremlin hunting. We'll toss it back to you to give us a quick overview of everything that was transmitted.
Kilo Echo 8, Papa Hotel Lima, transmitting again. To summarize, I was just talking about, I was agreeing with Stevie about awaiting you always think of what to say afterwards. I was thanking you for suggesting to get a UTC widget time for my Android phone. It's very useful. Also, I sent you, and so if there's anybody in there, I think that would be cool. And I also was telling Victor Kilo Sierra to Sierra Hotel to stay hydrated and safe. Hopefully you got all that.
Alright, unfortunately you're still breaking up quite a lot, so you may need to check your network to see what's going on. In the meantime, while you're working on that, we'll toss it over to Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Alright, Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, must have that hotspot gremlin again, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Alright, well, it looks like the gremlins have... It looks like Jared's hotspot has succumbed to the gremlins. We'll call Jared again here in just a little bit. Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
This is Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec. Speaking of things that you think of right after you put down the mic, last time, Rain, I meant to say that I wish I could take credit working on that petition in GitHub during the net, but I actually was just poking around GitHub and hit the wrong button, and that's all I did. So, no further work, though I do hope to take another look at it soon. Nothing else to say at the moment. So back to net control. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. This is Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot, Quebec.
Alright, Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Not a problem. It happens. Alright, we're gonna check in one last time to Kilo Delta 8 Oscar Mike Bravo. Let's see if that station is back with us. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. Alrighty, well, looks like that station's gone, so I'll go ahead and mark them as checked out, and we're gonna toss the mic now to Victor Kilo 5, Zulu Sierra Hotel, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
KJ7IMO, VK5, ZSH returning, and their event. The ASL node just fell over. And yeah, afternoon, evening, etc. to the latecomers there. And yeah, just a quick note there, VK3AT, you still got your old call sign popping up too. Not sure if you still got that one registered and plan on using it for medial hotspots or as for hotspots, I'm just running Pi-Star here, but if you go on the Pi-Star forums there, I think there's a couple other people that have come up with variants of the Pi-Star for doing different things, and I'd have to hit up my GitHub. I know that I've got a couple of different stuff there for running hotspots, etc. Starred in there, etc. So GitHub is a good place to have a quick search for there. And as for Pi-Star, as for MMDVM hotspot hardware, etc., I'm nowhere, I should state at the beginning here, I'm not affiliated in any way with this company or anything like that, so I don't make any commissions, etc. But check out QSL Comms up in Brisbane. There, he seems to import the stuff direct from China, and he's pretty comparable to the China prices type thing if you to try and get it indirect yourself. And what else was there? And yeah, thanks for the link there too, Jared. Not sure if you're still there or what have you. Hang on. Yeah, I'm on my GD77 here, so yeah, it's got the countdown timer going on it. Because I remember when I was using the retrievers, I was having problems with getting the alligator gong there. Yeah, I think that's about it for this round. And who was KAPHL, I think it was. Yeah, you're slightly overmodulated there, which makes it a little bit harder to understand. I don't know if you've got any way of adding maybe a little bit more treble or something like that into your mixer or something. I'm not sure what you're using there, but yeah, it's really on the muffled and sort of distorted side of things there. So, all right, I'll put it back to you there, Kimberly KJ7IMO, VK5 ZSH in the group.
Alright, VK5 ZSH KJ7 are returning. Well, I heard the Kilo Echo 8 station just fine. They were just, their connection was just broken up quite a bit, and had a hard time because of the other connection issue. But it looks like she just went on Mastodon and let me know to check them out because to check them out. So yeah. Rain, if you hear this, 7-3, and thanks for stopping by. We'll go ahead and check you out. Alright, Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November, we'll toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Alright, let's try Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha November. One more time. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Alright, looks like that we lost that station, so we'll call him again in just a bit. Victor Kilo 3, Juliet Echo Delta. We'll toss it over to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Time is 9.
VK3, JED, KJ7, OMO.
Yeah, okay, Kim had a bit, actually, no, disconnected just as you handed to me, and having a local conversation here, hence the delay in getting back to you. I might actually put it down, because, yeah, just a couple of things to catch up locally, but thought I'd pop in the net. And the M17 issue turned out to be a false alarm. It was user error on my part. I had been testing with the Americans on M17-M17, and when I went to connect to module D, I didn't notice what reflector I was on, and because I was on the wrong one, of course, got nothing. M17's working perfectly, so into that troubleshooting exercise, user error, user continue. So, oops. There's a couple of things that sort of got a bit sidetracked, but on the station it was a bit over deviated, very distorted. Came through okay in terms of signal, but just way too much audio, and on All-Star it was quite distorted, still copyable. There's something I was going to say to you, Dale, but it slipped my mind. We may think about it later on Discord. Anyway, I'll make this my final, and I'll say 7-3, but I did at least check in and get back to the local conversation here. KJ7 OMO with the group VK3JD. Cheers all.
Alright, VK3, JED, KJ7, OMO returning. Alright, well, thanks for hanging out with us for the short bit of time there, and I shall say 7-3, and have fun out there, and enjoy the rest of your day. Victor Kilo 3, Alpha Tango, over to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
USL Comms is where I bought the radio that I'm using now, the little DMR. It's an HD1 radio, so thank you for reminding me about them. They're great. And I didn't know that they sold hotspots too, so I'll jump on there and have a look at the hardware they've got available. And on the call sign, that is right. My call sign has changed. And however, it should be coming up as a new one. I've updated it quite a while ago in the radio ID database. I wonder if you've made a copy of the database, the worldwide DMR radio ID database, and you've got that in your radio, perhaps. Then it should come through with the new call sign. I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe there's another spot I need to update it. KJ7, OMO, VK3, Alpha Tango.
Yeah, copy that. VK3 Alpha Tango, KJ7OMO are returning. Yeah, I also see your old call sign popping up, but, once they do get around to updating your, call sign on the database, then everybody who owns, DMR repeaters, hotspots, etc., as well as non-DMR stuff. Oh, wait a moment. All the hotspots combine DMR with non-DMR. Okay, well, anyways, anybody with hotspots and repeaters and stuff, they'll have to, and also the various software programs on their computers and smartphones. We'll all have to update our ID databases on our repeaters, hotspots, and other devices in order to pull the latest database and get those changes reflected into our systems. I'm not sure if they do it automatically. Probably not. But if there's a way to set them to check for updates automatically, then we'll try and at least get that done here on our network. All right. Next station on the list is Kilo Oscar 4, Uniform Zulu Oscar, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Kilo Oscar 4, Uniform Zulu Oscar, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Okay, I think that's the station that we chased away. Apparently, I guess we're too queer for two stations. Hi. Alright, we're at the bottom of the list, so let's see if there's anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. All I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you wish, you may give us your pronouns as well. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar, she, her, standing by for more check-ins to the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. Alrighty, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Alrighty, Kilo Charlie 3 Victor India Uniform. We'll toss it back to you. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
KC3. Excuse me, KC3 VIU. Yeah, I'm just about finished for the day. So I'm going to go ahead and give my 73, and thanks for including me in the group. And hopefully catch everybody next week. 73, clear on my final. Clear.
Alrighty, PP. Well, 7333 and all the numbers, and thanks so much for stopping by and hanging out, and we'll see you on the next one. Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee. Let's see if you're back with us. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar.
Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar, this is VK2 WAY, hopefully returning to the net, and there we go, dashboard lit up, that's good to see. Let's see, yes, as Dale mentioned, I did shoot through a link to the playout script on Mastodon, as it was last run by me. If anyone wants any help with it, I can certainly do that. Dale has offered to document it up a bit more for me, though, which is fantastic. If anybody else is after that, Dale or I can pass on the link there. Let's see, what else was there? Yeah, I'm mostly active on Mastodon these days for folks if they want to find me there. That's usually what I get notifications for most and pay attention to most. Discord, I tend to only be one when I go to Discord for a reason lately. Not sure why. Maybe I just need to be there more often. But, yeah, I just dropped my Mastodon in the general channel if anyone's interested. And recently, I've been using Lemmy for a bunch of things. Lemmy's like clone in the same way Mastodon's a Twitter clone, and I have set up a ham group on there for folks who are interested. So if you do hit my Mastodon profile, most couple of posts ago you'll find well, you might not see that either, but you'll find a link to that or ask me for it, and I can do that. This might be my last over because we're about to grab some food, but I'll be on the side listening for the rest of the net. Yeah. Actually, leave me in. I'll come back and just say I've got nothing to say next round, if that's the case. Rain has stopped here, still 20 degrees. Yeah, back to you, Kimberly, KJ7OMO. This is Jared, VK2, WAY.
Yeah, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Yeah, I too would like to get a copy of that script so I could have a play with it. And yeah, I'm following you on Mastodon, and hopefully you'll follow me back. And that other thing, I did not quite catch that other thing because I was hit by that annoying gremlin on my side. But anyways, yeah, and leave you in. How about that? Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Kilo Golf 6, Golf Foxtrot Quebec. I think I'm going to call it a night. So, nice talking to you all. Thank you. And 73. KG6GF.
Alrighty, Kilo Golf 6 Golf Foxtrot Quebec, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Alright, well, you have a good night and 7-3, and thanks for hanging out with us, and we look forward to hearing you on the next one, on the next round, on the next net. Or any time before. Victor Kilo 5 Zulu Sierra Hotel, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
KJ7LMO, VK5 Zulu Sierra Hotel returning. Yep. I'm not sure if you're there still. VK3AT. Another person to check out who is actually doing their own ASL module, but also puts together hotspots and stuff like that. Look up Victor Kilo 4 November Golf Alpha. Victor Kilo 4 November Golf Alpha. Yeah, you should be able to find his website relatively easy enough. And yeah, I've been pointed towards him for all-star stuff, but due to when I had a look, he late last year he didn't have anything in stock. I ended up going with another option that was pointed to me off of AliExpress, so that's what I've got playing with here. That's actually been cantankerous. I'm not sure whether. I think it's probably the Raspberry Pi 3 that's the one that's being funny with it. So yeah, I don't have much more to add. I did ping you there, Kimberly, on Mastodon about that script. So yeah, you should be able to easily be able to find backtrack basically to the original post easy enough. And yeah, I think that's about it for now. So I'll put it back to you there, Kimberly KJ2, and I'm VK5 ZSH.
Alright, VK5ZSH KJ7LMO returning. Alright, thank you much. Thank you and Jared for that, and yeah, I'll take a look at it and see what kind of things I can do with it. Anyways, Kilo Charlie 2 Whiskey Alpha November. Let's see if you're back with us. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. Alrighty, I think we lost them. Victor Kilo 3 Alpha Tango, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
KJ7LMO, VK3AT. Just quickly checking, Kimberly, were you calling me in? You broke up there and I didn't quite get it. The call.
Yeah, Birds, I did call you in. Victor Kilo 3 Alpha Tango, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
module, I found the website VK4NGA, and so I'll have a look at those for sure. It looks like it's called Eurosquad 2, from what I find. So yeah, thank you so much for those tips. I remember after an MMDVM board, I suppose, that is going to be flexible and allow me to play a little bit. I want to get away from PyStar and sort of set the software up myself and start to configure the text, the config files rather than going through the interface. And I want to run it too on separate frequencies. I've already got one. It's just running the standard PyStar setup. I want the little hotspot that is a little more manual. And I've got a little bit more control over. I've got a lot to learn about the inside of it too. Particularly because I want to integrate into it. I want to be able to send my own pager messages, for example, or say with somebody with a digital protocol, which is hard to do when the PyStar web interface is overwriting my changes in the file. And I'm a little bit interested in the duplex, MMDVM boards, and what I might be able to do with that. So keen to sort of play with that, and at some point we'll get into the repeater boards that I can plug into a much higher power radio. So again, looking for some hardware that I can sort of start small, but sort of grow it out as I learn and do some bigger things later on. So thank you for the tips. I'll straight back to next one. KJ7 OMO Cage. Tango.
Victor Kilo 3 Juliet Echo Delta, back again with a few comments.
Alright, Victor Kilo 3 Juliet Echo Delta, go ahead and take it. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
Yeah, for both Brad and Dale. VK4NGA is a good supplier. I use mostly duplex hotspots here. The duplex ones are particularly good for DMR because they allow you to use both time slots, which if you're running fairly complex DMR gateway configs like I do on my repeater and on the main or the hotspot that's on the Shari node. It's helpful to have both time slots so you can spread your static talk groups around or assign default networks to each time slot independently, which you can't do any of that with a simplex. So you for DMR nodes, it doesn't matter. Simplex is fine, but for DMR, duplex just gives you that bit of flexibility. So VK4NGA is nice and local. The other one I like, I've bought a lot of his stuff. What I mostly use is the Chinese BI7JTA, that's Bravo India 7 Juliet Tango Alpha. His stuff, he does his own designs and is very high quality. The duplex hotspot I've got him, I didn't even have to change the offset, so his TCXO must be fairly spot on. I just plugged it in and it worked. And I use a couple of his modem boards, one for the repeater, one for M17 client. And yeah, in terms of firmware, almost identical to the Repeater Builders one. The only difference is on the Repeater Builders board I can use an FM LED in hardware, whereas I've got to use the alternates on the Chinese one, but performance-wise they're identical. But the BI7JTA is a lot cheaper and same quality, so just a little bit more on sourcing. In the NetOps in the NetOps group, sorry, I just got the alligator then. We often talk about all this stuff, so that's also a good place experience with hotspots, modems, repeaters, gateways, servers, anything like that. And I see Yakov a question that I will answer later in NetOps when I get a chance to go through my configs. It's a good place to ask about that stuff, even if you're building something that's independent of the network. It's still a good place to get tips. Anyway, KJ7RMO, Group VK3JD.
Alright, VK3JED KJ7OMO returning. Alright, sounds good. Lots of good stuff there. Alrighty, we are now at the bottom of the list, so let's see if there's anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. All I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you wish, you may include your pronouns and your transmissions. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, she, her, and I will be standing by for more check-ins to the net. Alrighty, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Alrighty, Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee. We'll toss the mic back to you. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar. Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar. Alright, well, I know Jared's got the hotspot bug, so we're gonna call them one more time. Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Alright. Well, I know earlier they did say they were going to check out, and then they apparently changed their mind, and they were going to stay in, and I guess they changed their mind again, and I guess they're going to check out again. I don't know. That's alright. We'll use the 3 strikes and you're out rule. Alright. Victor Kilo 5, Zulu Sierra Hotel, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
I am here. I had a mouthful of food. Apologies. As I said, getting food organised. It was organised back to UKG7 on the VK2 to anyway.
Oh, okay, no problem. Victor Kilo 5, Zulu Sierra Hotel, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
KJ7 IMO, VK5, ZSH returning. Yeah, it sounds like most people have departed there. And yeah, to Tony there, yeah, I've got BI7 GTA, I think it was, or ITA. Yeah, I've had him bookmarked for quite a while, and I just gone actually back and had a look, and it looks like he's got some new stuff there available. So yeah, and yeah, that's probably about it for me. I haven't much more to add, so I'm not even sure actually who's left, because I haven't been marking people as gone or what have you on my list here, even though my list is only in part there as well, because some of the call signs I haven't been able to quite catch the everything of them. But I'll fill in that extra stuff anyway when you put the list up on Discord there anyway, Kimberly. So anyway, I'll put it back to you there, Kimberly. I'm not sure who's around, etc. So yeah, back to you, KK7IMO, VK5ZSH.
VK5ZSH, KJ7OMO, returning. Yeah, copy that. Well, if you got NetLogger, then you can be able to see everything happening in real time and see all the list of call signs. Or Netscraper if you're on Android devices, though Netscraper is just a very limited, stripped-down third-party client for NetLogger that doesn't do as much as the actual client does, but hey, at least it works for Android. NetLogger or Netscraper. Alright, let's check in with Kilo Charlie 2, Whiskey Alpha, November for one last time. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Alright, well, looks like that station's gone, so we're gonna go ahead and mark him as being checked out. And we're gonna toss things back to Victor Kilo 3, Juliet Echo Delta. Welcome back to the net. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Yeah, I see Dale knows the BI7JTA, so I guess Brad's checked out. Yeah, I haven't not running NetLogger today. Normally do, but yeah, sort of came in quick, and yeah, Yakov's on the NetOps. So yeah, if anyone wants to see what we talk about, you can watch it in real time. Yeah, it's good that you know about BI7JTA because yeah, his stuff is really good. I'm very happy with everything I've bought off him over, mostly during COVID. So highly recommended. I did buy a Simplex board off VK4NGA, having a few issues, but that could be the stuff I was trying to do with it. I may have, messed up a firmware upgrade, so I'm not going to blame him for that. Definitely not under warranty. Yeah, so anyway, all good. So yeah, lots of fun stuff to play with, whether it's your own hotspot or whether it's a repeater or whether you want to get into more back-end stuff a few members are doing. So yeah, definitely lots of fun things to play with, learn a bit of IP, V4 or V6, and broaden your knowledge. I actually think really for a 21st century ham, learning about networking and IP, both flavours, 4 and 6, is a must if you really, really want to get the most out of the hobby. Yeah, definitely worth paying attention to that side of things. Whether you're doing internet-backed infrastructure or something like NPR running IP over the air, it does pay to know, or even as simple as Echolink port forwarding. Anyway, KJ7OMO with the group VK3JD.
VK3 JED KJ7 OMO are returning. Yeah, copy that. Ham radio nowadays has pretty much become integrated with and intertwined with IP networking stuff, aka the internet, or intranet if you're doing local IP networking without internet involved. But yeah, IP and ham radio go hand in hand together, that's for sure. And then when you throw things like 44net or AmperNet or whatever the heck they're called in the mix, then things get even more exciting. But yeah, there's just so much now involved with ham radio. It's not like what it used to be. It used to be way back in the day where it was just radios and that was it. Now it's radios, computer, and internet connected IP and non-internet connected IP stuff. Loads of fun there involved in ham radio. Alright, we're gonna toss the mic now to Victor Kilo 3 Alpha Tango, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
And I'll add this radio servers when you bring together, you do some really interesting things. Again, Dale, thanks for the tips, and Tony, thank you for your tips too. I actually have seen the BI7 JTA stuff before. I also had it bookmarked, so really good to know that is good quality, so I'll check him out too. In particular, I was looking at his boards for driving repeaters. They look really good. So we're pretty keen to play those at some point. And yes, Tony, I'm going to, being a bar, one of the reasons I was keen on getting the duplex device was so that I could start to do some things with the multiple time slots. And as you suggest, separate some of the whole groups of things into separate time slots and the like. So I really want to get into all of that stuff. So thank you all for the tips on hotspot hardware. I will be doing some shopping later in the week. I'm gonna go back to listening and chat out of the net. Thank you again so much for joining us, Kimberly. Really good to talk to you all. Hope you have a good rest of your day and a great week. And we'll catch you next time. KJ7 OMO from Victor Kilowatt 3 Alpha Tango.
Alrighty. Victor Kilo 3 Alpha Tango, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Alrighty, well thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we shall say 7-3, and we look forward to hearing you on the next net, or any time before then. I have marked you as being checked out. Alright, we're at the bottom of the list. We're down to just the 4 of us. Let's see if we could pump that list back up again. Hi. Do we have anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net? Please come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically. And if you wish, you may include your pronouns as well. This is Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar, she, her, and I'll be standing by for more check-ins to the net. Alrighty, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check into the net at this time?
I'll check Kilo Oscar 4. Thank you. Hey, y'all.
Alrighty, Kilo Oscar Station, you are badly broken up. Could you repeat your call sign again, please?
Just a bit. 4. Zilla.
Okay, you're still very much broken up, but I did copy Kilo's Oscar, and then I heard a Zulu. I do see a call sign that has some of those characters on NetLogger. Are you Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu? Okay, yeah, you got a lot of breaking up on your transmission, but I'm gonna assume that you are Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu. Alrighty, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Okay, Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu. Let's see if your connection has improved. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
Michael in a bus squad. Yeah. You gotta try the kill.
Alright, unfortunately, you are badly broken up, and we are not able to copy what you said. So, if you can try and get your network there sorted, maybe switch to a different network if you can, and try it again. We're gonna go ahead and break from you for now, and we're gonna go ahead and go back to the top of the list, and hopefully by the time we're back with you, your connection issue will be resolved. Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. We'll toss it back to you. Alright, I'm assuming that Jared is still stuffing their face with some delicious food, so we're gonna go straight over to Victor Kilo 5, Zulu Sierra Hotel, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Okay, on the move, VK having the last station came in there. I think that was for T-led Tango Echo. Anyway, I think that's who it was. But, they were very up on the height of the there, and it on the years to so I think they're most of it. You're probably dragging him away from food there. Hi. And not there, but if in agreement, and they free DMA ultimately they're from BI like a pretty complete kit exit, whatever you have to do with. So, the thing that I'm making is the stuff. Do we actually use it at all? I know the emergency services have something similar. Well, I know the Friday used to have pages here, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's still a big thing or not here. In fact.
But yeah, you don't have to come back and answer me here, though, Tony. I know you're busy with other stuff, so yeah, feel free to answer me in Discord or what have you. So yeah, all right, I'll put it back to you there, Kimberly. This may be my last over. I'm not sure movies left and whether you actually want to have an early minute or not there, Kimberly. So back to you there, KJ7 OMO, VK5 ZSH.
VK5 ZSH KJ7 all returning. Not sure what's going on, but apparently my All-Star, you were breaking up quite a bit on the All-Star side of things. I was told that you were doing okay on the DMR side of things, so it's probably a gremlin on my side more than likely. So I was not able to copy any of that, but apparently most of the folks were able to copy it. Anyways, I wasn't sure what was said, so we'll toss it back to you real fast. VK5ZSH KJ7OMO.
KJ7 all VK5.
VK5 ZSH returning. Yeah, no problems. Yeah, I didn't have well, yeah, can't get me words together. Yeah, probably the most notable thing out of it there for you, Kimberly, was, yeah, I wasn't sure what was going on with the net, whether you wanted an early minute or not. Cause I'm not sure who's actually left besides myself, possibly Jared and Tony, and the newcomer there, which I think was KO4TEZ, I think. But yeah. Anyway, back to you there, Kimberly. KJ7 OMO VK5 ZSH.
Alrighty, got you this time. I had to mute All-Star on my end and switch over to Fusion in order to copy everything. I'll probably wind up rebooting my All-Star node once the net is over. Victor Kilo 3 Juliet Echo Delta Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. We'll toss the mic over to you.
Okay, Kimberly. Yeah, and I'm wondering some internet issues in general. I'm hearing everyone fine, but there just seems to be a little. Whilst normally there's virtually none here, especially since getting on fibre 4 weeks ago. But yeah, there's a bit of packet. It's a small amount, not enough to really affect readability for the most part. Yeah, sort of doesn't sound quite as stable. I was listening then on Fusion and All-Star, and they both had issues, but at different times. So it sort of makes me think them occasionally has been known to happen on the backbone that, yeah, some BGP routes get messed up and some awful paths come in for a little bit, but they usually eventually right themselves. Not sure how you're planning on doing it, though. There's two ways. One is keep the existing analog repeater and use DV switch to a digital to analog bridge. The other way is to go fully digital, but you'll need a RF hardware that can handle the data baseband, which is obviously a different setup to
normal FM unless you're someone that's already running flat audio through your system, which will be closer. Still have to change some paths, but at least the basic audio path will be closer to what the baseband needs. Yeah, just hang on, I'll reset before my radio hits me with a crocodile. Yeah, so there's that, and then there's something else that's a bit of a pain is if you MMDVM and you use the USRP function to bring out your All-Star node, you lose the ability to decode DTMF, so then you'll have to arrange for, unless of course you rebuild using modified source, the USRP channel driver in All-Star, then you're looking at rebuilding from source and it becomes a pain. Or do something external, even a copy of the link box or something that kicks in a script that controls the All-Star node. You could do something hackish like that as well. And you've got to just be careful how you put everything together before you can run analog and digital repeater side by side and use the COS function. You can set that up as an inhibit that shuts down the MMDVM and effectively switches the system to analog mode when All-Star's in use. And yeah, when it's not in use, the digital side becomes active. So there's a few ways you can do it. Eventually, if we do get the modified link box, we could use that to do DTMF and act as a front end and have All-Star hanging off the back end over another USRP bridge, which would be a good longer term simple solution. But yeah, the software's not there yet. So yeah, it's very much a software hobby now. KJ7OMO, the group VK3JD.
Alrighty, VK3JED, KJ7OMO are returning. Yeah, sounds like the entire link on my side is kind of messed up when going into All-Star, apparently. Something I will have to fix here in a little bit. Anyways, looks like we have traffic from Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu on NetLogger. The DSL gremlins strike again, and we don't have any HF links, do we? 80 meters is wide open on my end, says CJ. We don't have any HF links, and I'm not sure if in the US we're allowed to put our repeater links on HF, but if I'm not mistaken, I think legally we could manually patch our repeater network through, but I think we would have to manually key that up every time someone wants to talk or whatever. We'll have to do everything manually, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, let's see if we're able. Let's see if your connection is able to keep up. Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. Alright, Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. Alrighty, well, that station is on DSL, and they often have a lot of internet connection problems because the DSL isn't working all that great. So, we'll give that station another try in a while. We're at the bottom of the list, so let's see if there's anybody else out there wanting to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. All I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you wish, you may throw your pronouns out there as well. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, she, her, and let's see who else is out there.
KZ, it may work.
Alright, try that again.
Tier 4 Tango. Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu. Testing out with a different antenna.
Alright, got you down that time. We'll go ahead and toss it over to you.
Okay, thanks, Kimberly. KG711, okay. For TZ. Radio all day, and sometimes it won't work, sometimes it doesn't. I've been on 75 meters all day, and I'm having a weird power fluctuation with the thing. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I'm probably going to take a 100-watt dummy load to it and run tone into it. It seems to stabilize. For some reason, it's just been wanting to fluctuate all throughout the house today. And can't quite figure out what's going on with it. Kilo 14 is back to net control.
Yeah, copy that. Well, hopefully you get that radio issue sorted out. I'm guessing it's probably a power supply problem. I'd probably a good idea to test it on another power supply just to see, and if it's still going on, then probably the next thing to do is to check the radio and also check the coaxial cable to the antenna and the antenna itself and whatever else is hooked into that to make sure everything is up and running. I mean, make sure everything is looking good and yeah. Well, hopefully you get that thing going, but we are able to hear you this time. Alright, was there anybody else out there wishing to check in before I toss it back up to the top? Alrighty, I didn't think so. Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee. Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee. Let's see if you're back with us. 2 questions. And in the past, you would always tell me you would always ask me those questions. So now it's my turn to ask you those questions. What did you have for dinner, and was it good? Over to you, Jared.
Thanks, Kimberly. Okay, I will answer that question. Let me just make sure I have it. Yes, I do. VK2WAY returning to the group, and it's mid-afternoon here, so it was a late lunch I had, and I had roasted chicken salad sandwiches, on brioche buns, with cheese and tomato and chicken, of course, and salad, and yeah, brioche bun. Pretty simple, tasty, but that's what I had my mouth full with on the last sober. I was going to jump on a soapbox, actually, about the intertwining of ham radio and technology, and how it's not a ham radio is evolving in with technology. It is a technology exists largely because of radio. Without giants like Marconi and Hertz and Morse, we wouldn't have the current technology at all. Without radio and communications pushing the way for the valve followed by the IC into the CPU, into the micro, and then the minimization and miniaturization of technology. Without radio, we wouldn't do satellite comms. Without radio, we pretty much wouldn't have modern internet. So it's an extension of radio in my mind, rather than two things coming together now. One grew from the other. The technology grew out of pioneers in electronics and radio. That's my soapbox on that one anyway. So yeah, just wanted to turn the other thoughts folks had in the last couple of overs upside down and present it from a down under point of view. VK7 Elmo, VK2 WAY.
VK2WAY, KJ7 OMO returning. Now I regret asking a question, because now I'm very hungry. Alright, well that sounds very good. And yeah, I have to agree with you on that other point there. We do owe our technology's existence to all those that were involved in creating and inventing the radio and things like the radio, the telephone, and bunch of other stuff. So we do definitely owe our technology's existence to all those who started it all. And yes, without radio, none of this would be possible. None of our technology would be possible. So yeah, we're glad that they invented radio. All right. Next station on the list: Victor Kilo 5 Zulu Sierra Hotel Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
KK7 OMO, VK5 ZSH returning. Just had a funny one with a friend on the back phone. A friend and I, we sit on a simplex 2-meter frequency here. We just use it like an intercom. Sometimes we forget to even give out call signs, etc. It might be like half hour. We remember going, oh shit, excuse the French, call sign time. The obligatory 30-minute interlude. But yeah, I was telling him about this net and that he can jump on at any time, and it starts at 0200 UTC. And I said, oh, we've been going about 3 hours. And he goes, no, you haven't. You've only been going for 30-odd minutes. And he was really confusing me, because I was going, hey, hang on, 0200 UTC is about 12:30 our time. And he's going, no, but you've still only been going for 30 minutes. And I actually had to pop over to JTDX and look at the clock on there and go, hey, hang on, it's 0505 at 18 seconds. He just goes, oh, okay, I just checked with Google. And he goes, I wonder how long my clock's been sitting there out of whack for. So, yeah. Yeah. I guess anything that he's logged in here at UTC for the undetermined past, guess he's going to have to rework out the exact times for them. Hi. Sorry, I'm just waffling, but I guess we've all been there at some stage, and I hope you enjoy the chuckle. Hi. All right. And Tony, I will hit you up on a voice call at some stage talking about the MMDVM repeater stuff, etc., so that I can actually hang on. Okay, yep. Just getting the things letting me know was down to me last 10 seconds. I'll have a chat to you in voice at some stage there, Tony, and try and work out what would be the easiest way to go. And I think that probably the analog repeater would have to stay in place type thing, so be more looking at sort of adding onto the analog repeater, basically. May end up having to set up a separate digital side, I guess, maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to actually have a chat to you, Tony, to get me ducks in a row type thing. Back to you there, Kimberly, KJ7, IMO, VK5, ZSH.
Alrighty, this is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning, and a quick reminder to everyone to please refrain from using foul language over the airwaves. And as for the clock thing, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's a good idea to, if your clock can do it, to set it so that it would automatically synchronize. That way you don't have to worry about it going off, drifting off the time anymore. But yeah, wow, going so long and forgetting to ID. Yeah, a lot of us have those moments where, we just go into a nice long rag chew and we forget to ID within the time that we're supposed to ID. So probably a good idea is to set a timer, figure out how often you're required to ID in your local area and set a timer to that. It's probably a good idea to set that timer to 10 minutes, since it seems like for the most part every 10 minutes is the required IDing interval, at least for the US anyway. So yeah, it's always a good idea to just set a timer for that. Or you could just say your ID too often and annoy most people. But at least, you're at least that way, for sure you'll remain legal. Hi. All right. VK3 JED KJ7 OMO, over to you.
Yeah, I used to have a CW idea at one stage. It went off every 8 to 10 minutes. Played around with all of those in the past, and they can be handy. If it's going to clash with voice, CW is better, because you can sort of focus on one or the other. If you can guarantee it happens after one key, then voice is fine. And Dale, if the analog repeater's staying, I think DV switch is your only option, but some networks may not like that because it's not, you're adding the variability of analog in over FM into the network. We can talk about that at some stage, but probably coordinate on NetOps or one of the other, or technical discussion, one of those groups on Discord, because I'm impossible to catch at random at this stage. And
Yeah, there's a local 300 metres to walk. I think just over 200 as the crow flies. So yeah, we could definitely set up a low-powered intercom on some obscure frequency. Not sure what his capabilities are. I could even leave an SDR up on 1.2 gig or something, transmit receive, something exotic like that, or even higher. I can go up to 5.8 FM if I wanted to. Go wideband to counter drift. We get a duplex wideband FM link on 5.8 gig, or if he's got the hardware to do it on his end, which I don't think he does, unfortunately. But yeah, certainly won't be any trouble getting a chat for almost like an intercom up there. And yeah, back to the KO4TZ and HF. Yeah, I'd love to bridge in 3DV on HF, even if I've got to manually key up, do it as an experiment and see what we can achieve. But yeah, if we get some buy-in from the 3DV developers, USRP support would be nice, but yeah, even just the ability to, which I think it can do, send. Yeah, I got my alligator, send and receive PTT and signal detect information. Yeah, I know you can do remote PTT. I think it's designed for foot switch or whatever, but I think that could be used for that. Just if signal detect comes out to a serial pin, yeah, we could do it with the existing binary just as a test. And here, if it's super and identifies, I don't see too many problems. You could identify in a text message that's built into it. And just manually supervise, just bring it on and supervise it when you're there, and when you're not there, shut it down. Another experiment to do, but it'd be 3DV over HF would really enhance our capabilities. Just because no one's doing it, doesn't mean that those of us that are in a position couldn't experiment and get away from the siloed thinking of how HF works as opposed to how VHF works. Maybe a bit have to do that in the US, but certainly not in the rest of the world. And yes, for ID intervals, 10 minutes seems to be fairly universal as a maximum across countries. It is here as well, and I think in a lot of Europe too. Anyway, I'll make this a final. Listen briefly and then go on and do something else. KJ7OMO, the group VK3JD.
VK3JED KJ7OMO returning. Yeah, copy that. I may try and experiment with free DV as well. Of course, I would have to babysit it and stay right there with it. But I would love to try and, do what you're doing. We both might be able to coordinate it. Hook the network up to HF via free DV, and we both can, manually key it up, and when when people are talking and whatnot. And just, sit there and babysit it and see what happens. Because I would love to try and do a hybrid net one of these days, where we do a hybrid of HF and our repeater network here. Get a hybrid net going and see what kind of fun things we can do here. Anyways, that's something we can coordinate on Discord. Kilo Oscar 4, Tango Echo Zulu, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
The model tail.
3DV would be actually kind of neat to play around with. I've actually been doing
playing with codec 2. I cannot fit the entire QSO in what I'm trying to do, but I am getting clips or little audio blips. I don't know if I put this in the Discord or not, but I've been doing this with my QSL cards lately. Is I have been taking the acknowledgement blips of whenever my station, when I'm acknowledging their station, and then hearing the response of the station I'm talking to acknowledging me. I've been getting the little sound bites between those two, which I actually did this with a station on 75 meters the other day. And I've been compressing in those audio clips down with Codec 2. But my use case of what I'm trying to do with it is it cuts it real close. I have to keep it within 15 seconds overall. But I've been fitting these audio clips onto a QR code and putting those on my QSL cards. And you can scan the QR code on your phone, and it'll play back a compressed Codec 2 blip. Let me let it drop. Go for it, easy.
Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar, your net control station returning. Yeah, copy that. That's something we'll have to experiment with. Anyways, we're at the bottom of the list, so let's see if there's anybody else out there wishing to check into the Worldwide Ride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. All that's needed from you are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you want to, you may throw your pronouns out there. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Pronouns are she, her, and I will be standing by for more check-ins to the net. I think it's down to the 1, 2, 3, 4 of us. I'll make another call for more check-ins. Why not? Do we have anybody else out there wishing to check in at this time? Alright, come on people, don't be shy, pick up your mics and say hi. And spit out your call signs, of course. Hi, hi. Alright, one more time, do we have anybody else out there wishing to check into the net? Alrighty, looks like it's nothing but crickets, and woo-wee, we've been going now for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Wow. This must be another one of those record-setting nats. Alright, Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Alrighty, looks like we lost Jared here. Victor Kilo 5, Zulu Sierra Hotel, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar.
KJ7IMO, VK5, ZSH returning. Yeah, no problems there, Kimberly. Yeah, our obligatory ident thing is once every 10 minutes. So, yeah, but when you're sort of using something as an intercom type setup and you're not on a repeater type thing, you sort of forget to do that. And yeah, as for the free DV stuff on HF, being that I've got the ability now to run multiple sound inputs, I will be happy to do that. One of my best things I actually did was actually by the Yaesu SCU 17 interface, and yeah, that's cut down on a lot of cabling going to and fro from the laptop, and it cut down on ferrites needed as well at the same time. So that's what I've got going here, so I can actually use the laptop's input stuff for doing for the audio capture. But one thing that a friend and I were actually playing around with, this would be 10 odd years ago, that we were playing around with it. There's a audio package for Alpha. I forget what it is, but it allows you to do all your had an equalizer and everything like that in it, and you could add in your compression and everything like that, and it was so easy basically. All you had to do was basically call up because you have to play with your A-Sound RC file. What we basically did was set up local DX. Local is you know, just your everyday rag G. Local is just your everyday rag G stuff, and DX, and you basically just set up the you know, and DX. Yeah, you made your DX stuff more on the high end of the audio spectrum to make it a little bit more punchy, and your local, you just kept it, you know, pretty much neutral. So yeah, that's what we were playing around with, and we were just running that from command line. So basically, you just scroll up, press enter, bang, key the transmitter, and yeah, you just went away talking basically. Very nice, lightweight, etc. But that's as far as we actually got with it. We never looked at any further with actually making up a radio interface or what have you for it for easy operation, because just, you know, scrolling up on terminal was just as fast basically. So I'm happy to play around with FreeDV. That is for sure. Anyway, alrighty. I might say cheers and 73 as well. I've got like a mouthful of coffee left that is cold, and yeah. I'm going to go off and go to the kitchen and make myself a coffee and rehydrate, basically. So, cheers from 73 all. I'll be still listening, but yeah, unless the world starts to crumble upon us, I probably won't be coming back. So yeah, back around to you there, Kimberly, KJ7OMO, VK5ZSH.
Alrighty. VK5ZSH, KJ7OMO returning. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. I shall say 7-3, and enjoy your coffee and the rest of your day, and we look forward to hearing you on the next net. And any time in between, of course. Alright, Kilo Oscar 4, Tango Echo Zulu, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
And KZ with the group. What's the stuff is kind of, I don't really see a whole lot of it on the air, not locally. So it'll be something to look into. The Codec 2 stuff surprisingly works out pretty well. The test that did do with these QSOs, the audio was still legible, albeit very crunchy sounding. But you could actually make everything out. It is limitations to have to work with these QRs, is the density in all these of these codes. If the limitation to be able to those is like 29K, like 2953, I think the limitation for the byte size on these QR codes, whereas the C2 file that was made up ended up being about 2,800, give or take 28. I think it ended up rounding off at 2874, 2875 bytes, something like that. I was pushing it real close, and still having issues trying to get it all worked out, but a little bit of potential in there. I do know what the, I might let it drop for a second and just keep going. There are some options.
Kilo Oscar 4, Tango Echo Zulu, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Right after you said something like there are options, you cut out abruptly. Back to you. Alright, Kilo Oscar 4, Tango Echo. Something, hang on, this is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Something haywire is going on. 1 second. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar.
Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar testing.
Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar, welcome back.
Alright, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar testing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, something weird happened. I had to key up on the System Fusion side in order to clear out whatever was bugging out my hotspot. Okay, Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu. We lost you there. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
A lot of breakups, just really low. All I heard was call sign, KL4TZ.
Alright, this is Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar returning. I'm gonna go ahead and use the radio here to finish off the net, since apparently I'm having some issues on my side via All-Star. So before I continue, are my transmissions going okay via the radio?
Via the radio.
Far so good. I hope, and audible. KL4TZ.
Alrighty, thank you. Alright, we're at the bottom of the list, so I'm gonna call for one last and final time for more check-ins to the net. If anyone out there would like to check into the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net, all I need are your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and if you wish, you may give us your pronouns as well. This is Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar, Mike Oscar, your net control station for the Worldwide Pride Net, also known as the Pride Radio Group Net. We're going to go ahead and make one last call for check-ins here. Anyone, anywhere, please come now. Alrighty, Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee. It looks like pretty much everyone has dropped out like flies. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
Hi, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. This is VK2WAY returning it to the group, and yeah, I might make this one my final too. It's been an absolutely great net. Thank you for hosting. Thank you to everyone who joined. And, yeah, hopefully I will be around next weekend for next weekend's net. I should be at this stage, but no promises. Yeah, other than that, catch you all in the usual places, if not here. This is VK2WAY saying 73 all and handing it back to Net Control.
Alrighty, Jared, 7-3 to you, and thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we look forward to hearing you on the next net, and of course, any time before then. Over to Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
there we go, give it a second. Kilo 4 to easy with the group. It's been nice to be able to make the net this time, and probably continue the conversations over on the Discord. Appreciate y'all having it, and I don't know if Siobhan's net's supposed to be queued up or not. I know it was I don't know if we're on overtime or not. Kilo 4 to easy, back to net control.
Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Unfortunately, Siobhan has been banned from doing future nets on PSRG, and I have also been reamed by the two people who are presidents, the president and the vice president of the Puget Sound Repeater Group as well. So I've been getting a lot of heat from those two as well. It got to the point where I had to threaten to call the police on those two if they kept, bugging me. So we have decided to completely drop our affiliation with the Puget Sound Repeater Group. So we are no longer going to be connecting to their network. So, yeah, there's that. So yeah, there will be no more nets with that group. Though Siobhan is working on possibly starting a net on a completely different system, and if and when she's ready to get that going, we'll be able to connect to that, hopefully, and hear from her again. But in the meantime, yeah. Anyways, let me reset real quick. This is Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar returning. And I'm going to go ahead and call that a wrap. I would like to thank all of you for participating and having fun on this net. I also would like to thank the Waverly Amateur Radio Society in Sydney, as well as the folks behind the VK3RBO repeater for allowing us to connect to their systems to carry this net, as well as VK3JED, VK2WAY, and the rest of the Pride Radio Group for making this net and this network possible. Because without their help, this network would not exist. I now return all frequencies, repeaters, and other systems back to their abnormal abuse. I mean normal amateur radio use. 7:30, everybody, from Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. And in case of y'all are wondering, I will be hanging out for any possible afternet party. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar. I will be monitoring this network, and the net is now officially closed.
Easy. I'll keep the radio port on the hotspot while I make a couple adjustments and figure out what's going on with this thing. Kilo 4 easy.
Alright, sounds good. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. KO4TEZKJ7 returning. I just now realized that that you're not on the Discord. I could have sworn you were, but if you do have Discord, my username on there is Kimberly McBlaze #4868. So Kimberly space. There's a space in between that. McBlaze. The number, the pound sign 4868. McBlaze is spelled Mike Charlie Bravo Lima Alpha Zulu Echo. That's a silly brand name that I have online. So that's my username on Discord. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
KJ7 on my KF4CZ. I'm still in the Discord. I'm actually in the Skids channel right now.
Oh, there you are. Wow. Okay. There you are. Now I see ya. I don't know why, for some reason, I thought you weren't. Weird. There you are. Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar.
No, I just don't get to hear me on the air very often.
Yeah, I see what's going on now. So, in the actual Discord room, you have your name and your name information up, and then in a private message, you show up as a different name. Okay, all right, now I know. All right, now I know now. Okay, yeah, I know who you are now. Okay, all right, KJ7OMO.
Yeah, the plot thickens. I normally wouldn't use Discord for ham-related because, there's why I don't have my call sign on there, and actually I kind of brought it up with Michaela. Actually, I had noticed my call was on the in the bots channel. It don't make you feel the best. I never know who's lurking in the shadows. KO4TZ.
Yeah, copy that. Well, hopefully that petition will take off, and hopefully something good will come of it, because it would be nice for our addresses to be wiped off the database. Or at least hidden from public. Not necessarily wiped out of the database, but at least hidden from public view. Where nobody could see it. Back to you.
Well, it's not even the, well, I think I got a little bit of space for it to engage, but it's not even so much the details being out there in the ULS like it is. It's where I live that it becomes problematic. KO4TZ.
Yeah, copy that. Where you're at is not an exactly safe place for our community. Yeah. You're kind of in a pickle there, unfortunately. And, back to you.
It's got its pros and cons like anything. Can't really say a whole lot. I'm currently sitting here trying to figure out how I can get these hex values converted over to where I can actually make these codes a little bit more legible. I do know I've rechecked my size limits on that, and it turns out that the test that I made was 16 seconds of audio and comes in at a whopping 2896 bytes out of 2975 that I can work with. So I definitely know that I cannot push it at the current bit rate that I'm using any more than that. According to this binary data limit, 2953 bytes up to 7,089 numericals and 4,296 alphanumeric characters. It's just doing this to get the encoding and all. And then have the phone not have to go through a whole lot to decode the QR codes. I saw, let me let it drop a fan, just kicked on. KO4TZ.
Yeah, copy that. That's like, wow, that just went way over my head. Yeah, that's something that's beyond what I know. But yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. Back to you.
On these QSOs, I'm sending out these cards. KO4TZ, back to you.
KO4TEZ KJ7OMO returning. For some weird reason, I thought you were done transmitting, so I started transmitting, and apparently I doubled with you, so my mistake. So because of that, I didn't copy everything. Back to you.
There we go. I get a little bit of space. That monitor is kind of hot. Can't turn it up too much. I got these file sizes. It's tight tolerances. If I can get these QR codes to be legible enough where they don't have issues decoding, and I'm trying to fix it where I can stamp these QR codes onto my QSL cards. And I can give people, when I get their cards in the mail, they get an option. They can scan their phone and scan that code, and they can listen to the acknowledgement of when I acknowledge their station and when their station acknowledged me. And I can fit up to a 15, 16-second audio clip on these codes. It's just going through the process of actually encoding the hexadecimal information onto the code, and then having it where you can do an easy enough decode. Somebody's probably done attempted it, but I haven't found anything on it. So I figured I'd give it a shot. KO4TZ, back to you.
Kilo Oscar 4 Tango Echo Zulu, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar Mike Oscar returning. Oh my goodness, so you're actually trying to put an audio clip on a QR code without linking the audio clip to an internet download page. Oh my goodness, now that is very ambitious. I would love to see how that works. Because who knows? I mean, if that works, I might be tempted to put a Rickroll on there instead. Back to you.
Well, I don't know how many details you managed to catch when we keep on top of each other, but QR code has a binary data set limit of 2953 bytes, 7,089 numeric characters, 4,296 alphanumeric characters, but I have been using, which we mentioned FreeDV, I've been using Codec 2 as a medium for this project. I have managed to compress down a 15-second clip, and it cut off right at 2896 bytes. I have a limit of 2953 bytes on this code. Now, granted, this is a big code. It's about 100 by 100. So it's kind of hard to get a good scan of the thing at the current bit rate. I could probably reduce the size of the QR code at the cost of bit rate and audio clarity. But right now, I'm able to compress it down to this degree. KO4TZ.
My goodness, that is amazing. I mean, I did not even know that QR codes could contain actual could possibly contain actual audio data. I mean, I thought it was just limited to like text data, and that's about it. Where you'd have to load any audio or image or whatever you want to a URL and just have the device that scans it point to the URL. But to actually put an audio or even an image there encoded in hexadecimal form, now that's amazing. You're really pushing the limits of pushing the boundaries of QR codes. I would love to see something come of this. Back to you.
Well, so far I haven't found anything where anybody's tried anything similar for the use case. What I want to do, and I know what my limit is 15 seconds at the current bit rate. If I cut it any more than that, you'll be doing good to make any kind of audio out of it without some extreme compression and tinkering with the waveforms. But like I said, the upper limit being 2953 on the code, and I have got this file to 2896 at 15 seconds audio, and it's legible audio of me acknowledging another station, that station acknowledging me, and also giving their name and their QTH location. I'll have to send you the clip of it. You can play it back. It's just a regular C2 file. You have to try it for yourself. I figure it'd be neat because if I can get it to work and I can actually get the QR code legible enough, and I can compress this down enough where I leave myself a little bit of overhead and for whatever else may be needed for the code, I'm going to start doing this at least where I get the initial QSO exchange of the call size exchanged, and I'm going to start stamping these QR codes on my QSL card when I go to mail. Now, when it comes in the mail, they can scan the code and listen to the initial QSO audio. KO4TZ.
Oh, heck yeah, that would be amazing. And that would save you from having to upload the file to the internet and share it that way. Also saves on hosting costs as well. But yeah, that sounds like a fun little project, and I hope it works out very well for you. And if it does, then I wouldn't mind trying it too. And maybe stamping some of those codes on my sorry, hang on a second. QSL cards. There we go. I'm stuttering. Back to you.
There goes that mantra speaker. It's going high again. I tell you what, Okay, well, I'm going to change the file extension one called Bluetooth Music or like that. I will, I'll send you a copy of the C2 file and, let you play it back and, maybe give you a couple ideas. KL4TZ, be in your messages momentarily. You just have to change the file type, take the BMP extension off of it.
Alright, sounds good. I'll be keeping an eye out for that. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
It is on its way. KL4TZ.
And for those of you who are on YouTube, I will be playing that back for y'all before I shut the stream down. Yeah, it's the Afternet party! Woohoo!
Hello, good morning from Europe.
Did not catch the call. KL4TZ.
Good morning from Florence in Europe. Good morning. Good evening for you. Good morning from me.
Station out there, could you please repeat your call sign again? Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar.
Understand, I speak in Slow. Here, I speak in Italian.
Sorry, I did not catch your call sign. Could you repeat your call sign again?
Italy 5 Golf Tango Radio. Italy 5 Golf Tango Radio.
Alrighty, did I copy Italy 5 Golf Tango Radio QSL?
Yes, the name is Renzo. Codification Romeo, Echo, November, Zulu, Oscar, over.
Okay, Renzo, got you down. Pleasure of meeting your acquaintance here. My name is Kimberly. Kilo, India, Mike, Bravo, Echo, Romeo, Lima, Yankee. Kimberly is my name, and I'm located in Yuma, Arizona. Yankee Uniform Mike Alpha, Arizona is my QTH. Call sign, once again, is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar. Back to you.
Okay, Kimberly. But I don't understand. Are you in Australia or in other part of the world?
I am in the United States. United States, Arizona. Back to you.
Fantastic. I think you're speaking from Australian people. In Arizona, but what is the local time in Arizona this time? Here it is 7 o'clock in the morning here. What is the local time for you?
Yeah, we connect to this Australian repeater often. But yeah, current local time is 23 hours 6 minutes. 23 hours 6 minutes. 11:06 p.m. Back to you.
Okay. 23 hours, 11 o'clock p.m., okay, 6 minutes. Of course. Fantastic. You go for sleeping, for me, the end of sleeping. From in the next time, breakfast for me. Breakfast in the next hour, one in the next hour, go for breakfast. That's the microphone for you, Kim.
Yeah. Well, that sounds very good. I'm still waiting for dinner to show up. I'm waiting for delivery service to bring my dinner over. Back to you.
Fantastic. Okay. What is the weather condition in Arizona in this night for you? We are in the winter time here. With the temperature approximately is 0 grade centigrade, 0 grade centigrade approximately at this time. What are the weather conditions in Arizona? Over.
Current temperature is 8 degrees centigrade. 8 degrees centigrade. But in a few hours, it's going to go down to 3 centigrade. So 8 centigrade for now, and in a few hours, it will go down to 3. Back to you.
Yes. I'm looking for the television. For the television, I'm looking very cold in other parts in the USA. Very cold. I don't remember where it is in another part in the United States. Very, very cold and many difficult for the population, for the very, very problem. I looking for the television, the Italian television. Okay, Kimberly, I thought for you, with your permission, if you have not other question for me, I go for breakfast because now I am in my bedroom, but I go now for breakfast. If you have not other question, I finish the end communication.
All right. Italy 5, Golf Tango Romeo, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar returning. Well, it's a pleasure talking with you, and thank you for the contact from Italy, and I shall say 7-3, and enjoy your breakfast, and enjoy the rest of your day as well. Take care, and ciao, and have a, we'll hope to see you again down the log. Back to you.
I hope to contact you again in the next future. In this repeater from the Sydney repeater. I hope contact again tomorrow, another tomorrow in the future. If no, I hope I receive in the short wave. I have many activity in short wave in a 10 meter band or 11 meter band. If you know possible, I contact you in the Echolink system. Have a good night for you. Good for the next Sunday. All the best for you, for the other people I listen for the Sydney repeater. Bye from Florence City in the Tuscany, Central Italy. Bye, Kim.
All right. Well, I also have a repeater on Echolink too. So, yeah, if you search my call sign on Echolink, you will see 2 repeaters, and either one of them will work. Both repeaters connect to my network. Anyways, 7-3, and enjoy the rest of your day. Italy 5, Golf Tango Romeo, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, 7-3. Alrighty, YouTube, I'm going to go ahead and close the stream. Be sure to like, subscribe, ring the bell, and we'll see you on the next one. 7-3, everybody, from Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar.